Good morning, dear colleagues. We are beginning our summer school, online summer school. And today we have a lecture from Professor Viktor Akishkin, Astrakhan State University, with the lecture Software and Mobile Application for Telemedicine and Healthcare. Please, I think Professor Akishkin will start from my PC with the presentation, and if you have any questions, you can ask him after the presentation. Okay. Dear participants, do you see the presentation? Okay. Здесь вы себя видите, да?
Да, я щелкаю просто. Ага. Так, а все включено и, надеюсь, звук-то все нормально, да?
Звук сейчас уже включен.
Угу. Отлично, все я вижу.
Звук вот
чат я вижу, да, все прекрасно.
Okay.
Good morning. So I am starting. The material that I will present is also generation of my personal experience of participating in project on building medical information system. So a few words about myself. In 1994, the development team that I led built a medical information system for 125 jobs, and later switching to paperless technologies increased the number of jobs of 350. This medical information system has been working up to the present time. In the 2009 year, we began work on the development and the implementation of a social card for a resident of the Astrakhan region, where a card with a corresponding application could be used, among other things, for electronic preferential prescription. A prototype was created, but unfortunately, this work was curtailed. The information system of Alexander Mariinsky Hospital will be presented below. I just want to say that this is 1,100 bed hospital with a powerful consulting and diagnostic center, a stationary telemedicine point. On the territory of the hospital, the subdivision of the Center of Disaster Medicine and Air Ambulance. The hospital has developed a medical information system for 800 jobs. The global of modernizing healthcare in the Russian Federation as a whole was announced at the government level in the 2007 year as part of the implementation of the national project Health, and implied improving the quality of medical care through standardization of care, transparency of economic relations in this area, and ensuring the freedom of a citizen within the framework of his independent choice of an insurance medical organization and medical institute. The fulfillment of such tasks cannot be realized without processing a high amount of information which has created the need to create medical information system in all medical institutions of the country. The interface with each other and with federal resources and registers for free exchange for information throughout the industry. The priority directions of this work and the regulatory documents for its implementation are presented on this slide. To implement the above, the main functions for such medical information system were formulated, which are presented on the slide. I want to say that today these functions are mainly implemented in functioning systems. But the world does not stand still. Citizens are becoming more and more mobile, and medicine is following the path of personalization of medical care, which implies to the use of technologies for personal monitoring of pain's health by medical workers. You can see on the slide what goals and objectives are available in this area. Now, I would like to tell you a little about the medical information system of the Alexander Mariinsky Regional Clinical Hospital. I would like to note that it has not yet been possible to make the transition to a completely paperless technology, which is associated with both technical and legal problems. An example of technical problems: not all medical and technological equipment, including those that have the ability to connect to the local computing system of the institution, is connected. This is due to the problems of implementing information exchange standards or raises the exceptions. Some hardware manufacturers creating software for it, making it closed, and other similar problems. Today, there are no regulatory documents on the requirements for the medical information system. There are no standards and exchange procedures in the system. This is reading electronic documents and the verification are not regulated. How does this system work? For planned and consultative medical care, patients are sent from the polyclinic of the city and the region to the consulting and diagnostic center, where the medical registrator makes an electronic reference is a appropriate specialist, as can be seen on the slide. On the left, it's a list of a specialist leading the reception. In the calendar, you can choose the day and time of the appointment accordingly. The red color indicates the reception of specialists already occupied by patient. At the top is a list of bookmarks for performing various functions of medical personnel, medical journals, patient records, reports, and much more. For the convenience of patient, an appointment can be made through an information kiosk without contacting the medical register. The slide shows step 3, choosing a doctor specialty. If they are specialists of the profile, the system will show date for everyone who is currently working. Next, a specific specialist is selected, the date and time of the appointment. If the patient mobile phone number is specified, the system will send an SMS notification 12 hours before the appointment about its date and time. One more possibility of a remote appointment is an appointment from any other medical institution in the region. This is important when the patient is at an appointment with a medical worker of another medical institution and he needs counseling. A medical worker from his workplace can make such an entry for a specific date and time, including for urgent indications, information the patient about, and this printing out a reminder ticket for him. On the slide, on the right, add-on on the left, diagram on the interaction of medical institutions, and at the bottom is a sample on electronic referral from the city polyclinic number 5 to the surgeon Nikiforova. The hospital is equipped with a digital telephone exchange, which made it possible using a telephone robot to organize an important appointment by phone with the help of the patient answers to simple robot questions. The robot's response rate according of our measurements turned out to be 97%, which was considered as satisfactory results. In all other cases, the robot redirects the call to the medical register. Now, a few words about the functionality of the system for medical personnel. The slide shows the desktop on one of the receptions of a polyclinic doctor when filling out an outpatient card. In the upper parts of the details of the admission, just below the data on hospitalization, if it's an H3 is not such a record now, diagnosis, and just below the actual diary of the patient examination itself. After editing the diary and saving it, it will be available to all interested person registered in the system. If there is a need for planned and emergency hospitalization of the patient at the medical register of the emergency department, we open an application similar on the on-screen one. If the patient is hospitalized through a consulting and diagnostic center, it is not necessary to enter passport data and the related information since they are already in the system. When an emergency patient are hospitalized, the data is entered into the system, which are checked online with the database of insured persons of the medical insurance fund. On the left, on a yellow background, various workplace options are shown: visits, diagnosis, vaccination, appointment list, examination, specialist, diaries, appointment list, and so on. The printing functions are shown below, including printing statements that are generated automatically, printing statistical and expert maps, and so on. In the main field, information about emergency department, referral, delivery, and case on emergency referral, and the fourth section, information about hospitalization, department, doctor, repeat hospitalization. The window of the workplace of a hospital doctor is similar to the workplace of a polyclinic doctor. Due to the unification of working function, the system interface is intuitive for medical personnel, regardless of the division, which does not require adaptation to the information system when moving from department to department. The slide shows the movement of the hospital doctor work with the patient appointment sheet, the red line in the green window. The choice is one of the optional fields, laboratory examination, diagnostic service, appointment for surgery, diet, and so on. All information is accumulated in the medical history. What can be seen on the slide? For example, connecting a computer tomograph, X-ray, or ultrasound device to the system allows you to save images on the medical imaging visualization server. Using labels to save them to specific medical history allows the doctor to view both snapshot and the specialist conclusion. Given the hospital in the main one on the region, the tasks was set for it to bring qualified care closer to the population of the region at the expense of hospital specialists. On one of the hand, it was necessary to consult patients from the districts of the region, including for subsequent planned treatment. On the other hand, when monitoring patients, especially after discharge from the hospital, it was necessary to consult doctor for the correction of supportive treatment. In connection with the circumstance, we made an attempt to implement a remote assistance project that includes all the list subject in real time. That is, in fact, the implementation of telemedicine project using mobile technologies. But first, a few words about the background of the issue of development of telemedicine. Given the size of the Russian Federation, the presence of hard-to-reach and sparsely populated areas where it is difficult to provide medical care due to its absence. Some sources in the country are beginning to develop telemedicine technologies as part of the implementation to the concept of information and affiliate state healthcare system has been implemented in the country since 2011 year, which ended with the launch of the first stage of the federal telemedicine segment of the system, which was fixed at the legislative level. Federal and regional services were developed and put into operation. As an example, the Federal Register of Medical Workers of the country, an automated information system for monitoring medical devices, registers of patients with diabetes mellitus, register of regional and federal beneficiaries for receiving medicine for free or at a discount. Currently, these works are continuing. Taking into account the above, we have developed a prototype on an information portal and mobile application for smartphone and tablet. On the basis of the information system of the Alexander Mariinsky Hospital, a register of medical workers was created who, outside of their main working hours, could consult colleagues and patients in their specialty, including from among those patients who previously received treatment in the hospital and were on supportive treatment after discharge. An electronic work schedule has been complete. Access to electronic medical documents has been organized, and the ability to transmit diagnostic images in real time has been created. Clinical pharmacologists and pharmacy workers could be connected to the system to solve drug supply uses, and as the final stage, the organization of a medical consultation when specialists are located geographically in different places. The sham of such interaction is presented on the slide. What does this give the patient? This is what the next slide is about. The patient is served by the attending physician who monitors the patient's health and the site and regulated his issues with the healthcare system. With the help of our system, the attending physician can organize any consultation of any specialist who can give the patient a so-called second opinion, which of course improves the quality of medical care. As a result, the satisfaction of the population with the medical care provided is growing. The project was developed as a startup. It was assumed that within the framework of the project, patients would rent mobile devices for diagnostic and treatment, with saving the results in the cloud and accordingly commercialization of its results. Unfortunately, the project did not receive the support of its sponsors or authorities. One of the arguments that they used was the population and medical workers are not ready for this form of communication. It seems to us that this statement is just an illusion. Science study conducted in our country show a higher readiness of both patient and medical workers for remote forms of communication. You can see on the screen the results of the research of the Higher School of Economics in the MTS. Nevertheless, this work turned out to be useful for us because it was developed in our other project. In the 2011 year, the hospital signed an agreement and joined the Russian telemedicine consortium. This consortium units not only Russian participants, but also participants of the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and the Republic of South Africa, as well as the countries and the Union of Independent States. The main task is to create compatibility national telemedicine system or to ensure the compatibility of existing national telemedicine systems in order to ensure conditions for the provision of qualified telemedicine service to the states parties to this agreement, with the protection of the rights and legitimate interest of individuals and legal entities guaranteed by the states in the process of receiving and providing medical care. In addition, the consortium includes the Scientific and Production Association, National Telemedicine Agency, which is the leading developer and supplier of telemedicine system in Russia, based on the use of information and telecommunication technologies and mobile telemedicine complexes, including those based on cars and ships. The availability of such systems significantly increases the level of medical care for the population of Russia as a whole, especially those living in rural areas, in remote and hard to reach areas. The national telemedicine system consists of two parts: a network of telemedicine consulting and diagnostic center installed in a patient medical institution of Russia of various levels, and an information and communication system of mobile telemedicine laboratory and diagnostic complexes of various specialization associated with them. Its complex are designed to solve a wide range of medical problems and provide social services to the population in rural areas, remote and hard to reach areas. Built on international standards, interacts with telemedicine system in other countries. No, Astrakhan region is geographically located in the low reaches of the Volga River, and the large territory of the region is the delta of the river. The numerous branches of the river from thousands of Iceland, on which the population is region lives. The length of the region from south to north is 400 kilometers, and from west to east 80. Given the semi-desert climate, the majority of population lives in the floodplain on the Volga and Takhtuba rivers. All of the above causes difficulty with the organization of medical care, which determines the development of telemedicine care in the region. On the basis of district hospital, a total of 11 stationary telemedicine points are being built, as well as in a large hospital of the regional center. Mobile telemedicine points are organized on the basis of the KAMAS-K and represent a mobile stomatology officer, a mobile fluorograph, a mobile mammograph, a mobile laboratory, ultrasound and endoscopic office, and special doctor's cabins. Such a medical care train is a small village, can carry out a comprehensive diagnosis for entire populations using the internet to immediately register people with need for consultation and treatment in specialized hospitals. Flights have been launched for private emergency care on medical helicopters. It is planned to create special floating outpatient clinic. Also, the period of the operation is provided only during the navigation period, that is from April to November. Thus, the telemedicine system in the Astrakhan region has a four-level form. At the settlement level, specialized medical care is provided at the expense of mobile complexes that transmit information to district stationary telemedicine point or to a stationary telemedicine point at the regional level. Accordingly, the district's municipal hospital can get the necessary help and advice by contacting the regional telemedicine point, and that student can consult the patient outside the region. The importance of such an organizational work was obtained during the epidemic of the COVID, which began in our country in 2020 year. Due to limited communication, consultation of patients were established, including with specialists from Moscow, St. Petersburg, and other regional centers. In turn, we provided consultation with our specialists when contacting other regional center to us. For example, all COVID patients who are in the regional center necessarily consulted with colleagues of the medical center in Moscow. Experience shows that the use of telemedicine technologies can be applied on different areas. The screen shows the areas in which this technology has already been tested. For example, with the help of distance learning technologies, in 2016, yes, 317 doctors were retrained on a blood transmission uses without traveling to other regions. Monitoring of the epidemic situation in the context of the COVID pandemic in the country has shown the need for future development of this technology. The organization of telemedicine care in emergency situations, when the existing medical infrastructure can be destroyed, is of great importance. A new direction in the provision of medical care, home telemedicine has become increasingly important due to the spread of the internet, even in sparsely populated in inhabitable areas, and the use of 4G network and soon 5G makes it possible to transmit video medical information in real time, which allows the patient to receive consultation of medical personnel without physical contact. It seems to me that home medicine has a very big future. As I said above, the mobile telemedicine laboratory and diagnostic complex is a key element of multi-level telemedicine systems. Perform the following tasks: mass population survey, provision of primary medical care under the telemedicine supervision of specialists from leading national medical center, in AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis, and other infectious diseases, solving a wide range of medical problems in providing social service to the population in rural areas, remote and hard to reach areas. The slide shows such a complex based on CAMASCA, its purpose, and accordingly equipment can be different depending on the task set. When working, both the international space on the model and the surrounding area are used. This slide shows samples of the complex table. The upper picture shows the moment of operation of the digital fluorograph, and on the left, on the terminal of the parallel fluorography, the moment of the telemedicine consultation. At the bottom left, you can see a workplace for laboratory research, and of the right and the center, auxiliary equipment and the sanitary room. As you can see on the screen, different cars, depending on the tasks and installed equipment, may have different purposes. Almost from several cars, it is possible to form special teams for various purposes. At the bottom right, a small mobile telemedicine points is shown, made on this basis of a car, trailers, and which provides information and communication tasks by providing internet access and server node for medical officers of all cars. I would like to pay special attention to the laboratory for combating epidemics at the bottom left. There may be several such laboratories and they can be combined into a dependent structure. As shown on the slide, mobile laboratories in different areas can perform the function of diagnostic of infection diseases, vaccination rooms, sanitary monitoring of the environment. The obtained data of transmit in real time to the regional center for monitoring and managing the epidemic situation. During a pandemic, the data of the regional center and transmitted to the national center for subsequent processing and decision making. Today's pandemic has shown the need for international cooperation in this area and for further improvement on this work both at the regional and municipal levels. During my report, I repeatedly used the terms telemedicine, mobile medicine, and electronic medicine. It's time to future out what we still mean by this term. Pay attention to the wording telemedicine and electronic medicine, which is given by the World Health Organization. At the same time, mobile medicine involves the use of mobile devices and mobile applications. Mobile medicine is a new direction in healthcare related to the development of mobile communications, increasing to the speed of communication and data transfer volumes, and the mass use of mobile devices. Just a moment, please. No, okay. Yes. What function do mHealth applications have? As you can see on the slide, there are only seven of this function, and I want to know that more than 50% of applications have only one function: to provide the user with information or instructions. It seems to me that in the future, applications with several of the listed functions and mandatory communication function will be in the greatest demand. As you can understand, up to this point, I have been trying to present our experience in the field of electronic medicine, mobile medicine, and telemedicine. Now I want to tell you about some of the possibilities of mobile medicine, because in one lecture it is impossible to tell about all the many applications that are developed and used in clinical practice. On the slide, you can see one of the variants of the classification of ML health in a practical medicine. It is possible that those of you who devote yourselves of this direction will eventually develop your own classification. Let's start with diagnosis. On the slide, you can see a wired mini ultrasound scanner. The MAGnUS SP1 device detected the state of human internal organs using ultrasound and the intended primarily for surgeon, obstetricians, and emergency physicians. It is a portable ultrasound scanner that connected to a smartphone using a USB cable and transmit ultrasound data over in hospital network, Wi-Fi, or directly to a web computer. The main advantage of the MAGnUS SP1, it is mobility and low cost compared to conventional ultrasound stand. The image quality corresponds to the regulatory parameters for making a medical decision. One more gadget developed by the Swiss company BioVotion. The slide presents a variable non-invasive device for monitoring health parameters, which allows for continuous accurate measurement of heart rate, blood sugar content, blood oxygen saturation, etc. The device works together with an application on a smartphone and a cloud service for storing and exchanging information. The device is attached to the upper part of the arms, does not need calibration, and does not have one button. Everything works without help of a smartphone, which show both data and the currently time and historical data stores in the cloud. We are used to the fact that measuring hemoglobin, it is necessary to pierce and finger and take blood for analysis. At the same time, Turkey-core laboratories show that a device that can measure the level of hemoglobin and pulse rate using a sensor similar to a pulse oximeter worn on a finger. The measurement is performed in 19 seconds. Unlike a conventional pulse oximeter, this device called Amber contains H-LED lights, source that provide the exceptional sensitivity necessary for accurate measurement of hemoglobin. The measurement data is transmitted via Bluetooth to the smartphone application. Since cardiovascular diseases are in the first place in the world due to mortality and disability, it is clear that gadget should have appeared that allow you to take an electrocardiogram in mobile mode and monitor the work of the cardiovascular system. You can see one of these developments on the slide. The company ILCARD Limited, Russia, has released the CardioQuark head monitor made in the form of a case for an iPhone smartphone with two sensors for fingers. After taking the electrocardiogram, it sends to the cloud and becomes available for viewing by doctors. I want to emphasize that he has personal experience working with such a system. The difference is that in our case, The loop of the 12 standard leads was connected to the audio jack on the smartphone, and the special application saved the electrocardiogram in the cloud, which was available to the doctor. Continuing the topic of cardiovascular diseases, I present to you a blood pressure monitor that can be connected to iPhone, iPod, or iPad, after which the Withing Health Made application will monitor blood pressure and save the data obtained. Unlike its predecessor 3 years ago, which was connected to smartphone via cable, the new version by synchronized with mobile device using Bluetooth. One more example of taking an electrocardiogram in mobile mode. T-shirt for measuring an electrocardiogram. Health watch company, Israel, has presented its live HV T-shirts with built-in ECG sensors, which allows this clothing to be used as an ECG meter with 3/15 electrodes. T-shirt can be machine washed and dried, while it can withstand about 15 washes without determination in quality. The maker is supplemented by an electronic component what is attached to the maker. This is a box that can store data for 7 hours or transmit them wirelessly to the Android smartphone. The second important cause of mortality and disability is oncological diseases. Success in the treatment of these diseases leads to the earliest possible diagnosis. The problem of early diagnosis with the remoteness of oncologist specialists from the population can be solved with the help on mHealth in oncology. The slide shows the mobile ODT mobile colposcope developed by Israel specialists, which is a nozzle for a smartphone. Mobile ODT can even be used by a nurse without proper qualifications, who simply takes a photo of the patient's uterus and transmits it via the internet to a doctor for analysis and diagnosis. Similar system exists for the diagnosis of melanoma of superficial localization and skin cancer. For example, company First Derm, Sweden, has developed a device called HAT, which photographs moles and sends them to an application on a smartphone. At the same time, the user can provide access to the images to dermatologists from First Derm for preliminary evaluation. The app is available in version for iOS and Android. And the company Meta Optima Canada has introduced a new mobile application, Molescope, designed for monitoring skin cancer and melanoma. The application works together with a mini microscope with a fixture fixed on a smartphone in front of the camera and takes picture of moles, which are then uploaded to a cloud analytical system where it can be examined in more details by a specialist doctor. The application has received permission for use from Health Canada. To assess the severity of the patient condition, various quantitative estimated are developed. Science accurate assessment of the patient condition can improve the prognosis of the diseases. To help doctors, the first Russian reference book of scales and classifications in neurology and neurosurgery in Russian for mobile phones and tablets, which you can see on the screen, has been published. The reference book included 23 frequently used in the work of the school. Today, the app can be downloaded from the App Store for free for iPhone and iPad. It is planned to release a similar version for Android. The application is recommended by Neurosurgery Research Institute, Burdenko, for use as reference information. In the continuation to the neurological theme, the slide presents a gadget in the form of a glove. The result of the work of the NUADA developers was a bionic glove in which electronic tendons are sewn. The result is a support system that allows the hand to contract, clench, and perform a number of basic movements while significantly increasing the strength of the person himself. According to the developers, the glove is primarily intended for the rehabilitation of people who have problems with coordination and had strength as a result of diseases of the central and peripheral nervous system, or orthopedic diseases or injuries. Gadgets have not bypassed the field of otorhinolaryngology. The smart otoscope pad from the Cellscope company is attached in the area of the smartphone camera and allows you to conduct a full examination of the ear cavity. The smartphone camera, when using the smart otoscope, turns into a kind of microscope with a high resolution picture. With the help of a special application, you can independently examine the areas of the outer and middle ear, as well as the drum, and transmit the data obtained to the doctor remotely for subsequent analysis. At the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, in miniature gadget was created that allow you to determine visual acuity using a smartphone. A small plastic gadget is placed on the phone. The user looks through it as a screen and the controlling the guide buttons achieves the elements on the red and green lines. The procedure is repeated several times for both ears for 2 minutes, and the mobile application gives the result in the form of a prescription for glasses. The advanced version of Netra will allow you to diagnose cataracts, astigmatism, and other ear diseases. This is the device you are currently seeing on the screen. At the same time, specialists of the medical surgical center in Mexico City have developed a mobile application that will help general practitioners check the patient's health, which until now regulated in mandatory practicum and special diagnostic. This program does not aim to replace an ophthalmologist, but is intended for an initial checkup, so that is, if necessary, then send the patient to a professional. There are quite a lot of applications developed in the world that make life easier for patients with diabetes mellitus. One of these gadgets is presented on this slide. G-Mate Smart, a product of the company Philosophes, has been widely sold, which a miniature glucose meter that works in conjunction with a smartphone and a special application. GM Smart comes with a special EOS application that processes measurement data and allows you to view them on smartphone screen. To perform the analysis, it is enough to run the program connects GM Smart to the headphone jack of a smartphone or tablet and insert a test strip into the device. After that, the glucose meter is ready to work. The research results can be saved in the application. Patients with diabetes mellitus should regularly measure the blood sugar level for controlled treatment. And patient with the first type of diabetes, so located insulin depending on the blood glucose level, add or decrease the doses of insulin. This problem is solved with the help on an artificial pancreas of the new generation. According to the New England Journal of Medicine, the new official pancreas system consisting of a continuous glucose monitoring device, an insulin pump, and iPhone 4S, has passed successful outpatient trials with good results. In the simulated outpatient condition, the system allowed for improved regulation of glucose levels in adults and adolescents with type 1 diabetes mellitus. Unilife has announced the development of a new Imperium insulin pump based on a patch that glued to the skin. The new device is a single-use, pre-installed multi-day insulin pump, which does not require any actions from the users to prepare it for use. A person needs to perform only 3 simple actions to ensure a constant subcutaneous infusion of insulin. Impact the device, glue it to the skin, and by pressing the button, start it into operation. Imperium can include a Bluetooth LE-based wireless communication system for integration with an application on a smartphone. Such developments are also being carried out in Russia. Tomsk scientists have developed the first intelligent insulin pump in Russia, which will allow diabetes patients not only to administer medicine in time, but also to control the course of the disease. This is a small electronic device which injects insulin subcutaneously through the catheter in a given speed. It is an alternative multiple daily injection with a surgeon or a pen. The pump allows for insulin therapy in combination with monitoring of glucose level, counting the amount of sugar in the blood. The new pump is characterized by high accuracy of introduction and weighs only 55 grams. You can control the device manually or through some mobile application. One more device for constant monitoring of sugar levels is presented on the slide. This is the first fully mobile device for continuous monitoring of sugar levels in diabetics. Dexon G5 Mobile CGM system, USA, is designed for adults and children over 2 years old. The system is equipped with a Bluetooth transmitter that sends data to a smartphone application. The app is already available for iOS and Android. The device is approved by the Food and Drug Administration. Monitoring of sugar levels is especially important at the time of selecting the dose for treatment. In the field of pulmonology, one of the important methods of examination is spirography. The slide shows a clinical level wireless spirometer manufactured by Cameron Hills, which has received permission to distribute in the United States. The spirometer measures all the main parameters of the lungs: the peak exhalation rate, the volume of forced exhalation, the formed vital capacity of the lungs, and others, with the same accuracy as the device used in clinic. The new device works together with a smartphone or tablet, uploading information to an application that uses Cohero for the control of asthma and the chronic or obstructive pulmonary. The apps are available in iOS and Android versions. The possibility of working with the Apple Watch is also being worked out. The problem of population again exists in our developed and part of developing countries. The share of the elderly population is growing. The average age is shifting towards larger numbers. In this regard, there is a growing need to maintain to full-fledged life activity to the elderly. There are several similar systems in Russia. The most famous is a life button. This emergency call system for the elderly and disabled. Customers of the service receive a device with a source button in the form of a pendant, bracelet, or a phone with a alert button. By clicking on a single button, the user contacts around the clock help center, where, if necessary, they contact relatives or call on the ambulance and the police. At the time of the call, the dispatcher sees on the map where the person is, as well as enter history of his last movements. Another one of the technological environments in Alzheimer's disease is GPS shoes, which contain a tracking device under the right heel. The shoes, whose retail price is about $300 USA, are designed by AdTrax and are sold in a package with various service options. In addition, the manufacturer has released a new version of the device in the form of smart soles insoles, which can be inserted into old shoes. In addition, Samsung has developed a new backup memory application that allows you to simulate the process of memories for patients with Alzheimer's disease. Developed on this basis of Android, the software uses Bluetooth, with the help of which undetected family members and friends who have the same application on their smartphone. And Microsoft has introduced a voice navigator for the blind college cities unlocked. The device part of the navigation system consists of headphones In the case of which an addition to the speakers, gyroscope and accelerometers and a compass built-in. The headphones are connected to a smartphone on which a companion application is installed that uses GPS for navigation. The system voices the name of various objects on the map and the distance to them. Yandex is not far behind Microsoft, which has introduced an experimental mobile application conversation designed for hearing impaired and deaf users. With this application, a hearing impaired person and a hearing person can conduct a dialogue and understand each other. The application voices the typed phrases and also reconnaissance the speaker's speech and tunes into text. The Glide application is a cross between WhatsApp and Skype, allowing users to send short video message to each other. This program has become a very popular means of communication for hard of hearing and deaf people who use it to exchange messaging in the form of sign language. Continuing the topic of gerontological care, I cannot fail to mention the development of grid call and a manufacture of phones and smartphones for the elderly, which added the function of automatic fault detection to its grid call / personal security mobile device. In the event of such a situation, the device is automatically connected to the operator from the service department. As a fault sensor, the device implements a development that uses a 3-axis accelerometer and an algorithm that helps to compare a sudden change in the position of a person's body with his normal physical activity, as well as to defeat a fall. It is so occurs. On the slide on the left and on the right, there are special shoes for pensioners. The development team has started creating smart shoes that should prevent a person from falling, which is about to happen. The so-called B shoes are shoes that have built-in pressure sensors, a microprocessor with a built-in algorithm, a motion device, and batteries. When the sensor and accordingly limit detected in imbalance, they force the movement device to take a step back to help their own maintained balance. Actually, that's all for today. Summing up, I want to say that today I tried to highlight the problem in healthcare that can and should be solved with the help of information and telemedicine technologies. As far as I was able to judge you, I will be glad if my message was useful to you. If you are interested or you have any question, you can contact me by email. The address you see on the screen. Thank you for your time spent on me. Goodbye.
Please, probably someone have questions to Professor Akishkin. One in the chat. That's all right. Okay. Just need to close presentation. Okay. Just 1 minute. Please, you can write your question into the chat, or you can ask right in the Moodle, or you can ask here.
Sure.
Just a moment. Okay, if someone have questions, you can write to the Moodle system, and I ask Professor Akishkin to upload his presentation to the Moodle system and creating the chat or backwards in the Moodle right after the this session. Thank you very much for everybody. Now we have a small break before 11:30, and after 11:30 I have a lecture about application for diagnosis diseases based on images of dried blood drops. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye. Dear participants, we should start. And today I have the presentation where I want to speak about application for diagnosis diseases based on images of dried blood drops. And I want to show you a presentation and some how application works, or prototype of application works. And it is very important for me. If you have any questions about that, please don't forget to write to the chat or to the Moodle system, and of course I will upload all materials, all the datas to the Moodle. Okay, let's begin. Do you see the full screen presentation? Okay, thank you, Georgi. Just let's begin. Dried human serum drops or dehydration drops. The phenomenon of dehydration, self-organization of biological fluids, was discovered by ophthalmologist, doctor of medical science, Professor Rapis. The transfer of biological fluid from a liquid state to a solid state by dehydration under certain conditions makes it possible to study it as self-organization systems. Self-organization system, organizing or self-organizing system. The state of which depends on the qualitative and the quantitative composition, the presence or absence of pathological connections between the components. Just view. Professor Lovitz, for example, proposed methods for the qualitative determination of chemicals by their crystallographic characteristics. The method of microcrystalline reactions and the method of weathered salts. The phenomenon of dehydration self-organization is the basis of one of the methods of medical diagnostics. The methods of wedge-shaped dehydration, authors Shabalin and Shatokhina. The morphology of a dry drop can serve as a means for diagnosis of a wide range of diseases. The authors of the method identify the features of the structuring of biofluid in practically healthy people and in pathological conditions. Method for the diagnosis of certain diseases based on the wedge-shaped dehydration method are protected by patients of 40 countries. And currently, a huge amount of experimental material has been accumulated. For example, only Professor Rapis studied about 8,000 samples and more than 10,000 samples viewed by Shabalin and Shatokhina. Fairly clear dependencies of the type of observed image structures is a pathological process have been established. The regularities connecting the type of observed structures and the diseases were revealed in a lot of articles, a lot of papers. However, this approach has disadvantages. Subjectivity in the evaluation of structures and the difficulty of formalizing the results. Physiographic methods have been used in medical research by many foreign researchers. The morphology of the crystallograms was analyzed microscopically by the number of crystallization centers and the nature of the pattern, and macroscopically and microscopically. Macroscopически and microscopически. As one of the alternative methods of primary express diagnostics for more complete extraction of metabolic information from biomaterial, a modified method of thesiocrystalloscopy is proposed in the work of Kamakin and Martusevich, combining comparative thesiography and classical crystalloscopy to access the okay. And now on this slide, for example, you may see the images of these dried drops. For creating these images, we need to use it is necessary to use special techniques, special methodology, which produces the really good images with high contrasts, and you may see the structures on these images, and you may see that it is clear, and you can see cracks, you can see something like a bubbles, you may see the special features like concretions. It means like small bubbles with the sharp edges, and on the bottom on this slide you may see the dried drops with pathology. How we can understand that this is the drop with pathology, or this is a drop with the normal conditions. First, if you look at the screen, you may see that on the top image, structures placed radially. It means on the circle from the center of the drop. Radial circles on from the center of the drop. On the bottom of this slide, you may see that the structure is placed chaotically. And you may see a lot of cracks, for example, here. You may see the very interesting features and structures like tongue structures. Okay, next. The influence of the electromagnetic field on the structural organization of blood serum was observed by our scientists from our university, Astrakhan State University, and you may see here that you can see here special interesting features, interesting structures like concretions, fragment of dry drops of native serum here. And you can see here tongue structures, and tongue structures structures say us that some abnormal process exists here. Okay, next. And you may see here the 3D image of the solid structure of the central zone of serum facies. It means here, you may see here that this zone, like a crystal, crystallic structures inside. This is on the native blood serum. Here is on the blood serum processed by electromagnetic fields, but don't think about that it's after electromagnetic, it's only like a physical experiments, but I want to show these pictures that you can it is necessary for understanding what's happening inside this the dry drops. Okay, and here the patient's blood serum facies with pulmonary tuberculosis, for example. Here you may see irradial type of facies, as I said you before. And there are a lot of structures like a big bubble with irregular form, with the like something like cracks, chaotical cracks, and here just I want to. Just a minute. Okay, and here you may see sorry, 1 minute. Okay. Yes, and here on this last photo, you may see the image with big bubbles, chaotically located big bubbles. Okay. And this is particularly radial type of facies. Not so. If you see on this screen, you may understand that the bubbles and concretions and the cracks placed not so good, not so like in the normal conditions. Okay, next. And we can see on the on this screen, for example, structural markers of intoxication, toxic plaque. These features shows us that there is a toxic diseases exists, and we can say to the patient to check the diabetes, for example, or check blood using other methods if we see that. Okay, and to access the faces, a single identification table has been developed, as well as the main the additional analysis criteria. The main physiographic coefficients, the uniformity of the pattern density, the severity of the central and the marginal zones, the cellular content, the coefficient of zoning. All of these parameters are very important for diagnostics using dried drops. In the paper of Parakhonsky, Maximov, Blagoveshchenskaya, a new algorithm for analysis blood serum structures using computer graphic editors is proposed. According to the new method, the studied facies is divided into the following components. From the center of the drop is determined by the minimum circle whose radius corresponds to the smallest distance from the center of the drop to the edge of the faces. Postponing the subsequent radii from it under a certain degree, a circle is obtained, divided into several component parts. Based on the obtained data and the indices determined on their basis, the structural features of the biofluid facies are presented in numerical characteristics, which, according to their authors, greatly simplify the determination of the degree and activity of pathological processes. However, visual analysis of a large number of images slows down the final results. In this regard, the team of authors has developed an algorithm for automated computer processing of facies of biological fluids and the search for individual markers. A number of papers present algorithms for detecting certain markers, for example, linguistic, funnel-shaped, sickle-shaped structures, etc. For example, by Professor Yakhno, a prototype of an automated computer system for qualitative and quantitative analysis of biomedical preparations by the wedge-shaped dehydration method has been developed. By Fourier transformation, the frequency spectrum of this signal is obtained, according to which the main quantitative indicators are calculated. According to the authors, this approach will avoid the subjectivity of the analysis of bioliquid faces by a doctor or researcher relying mainly on experience and intuition, as well as successfully investigate intermediate types of faces obtained at the stage of dynamic of the development pathological processes without pronounced morphotypes. And as a result, and our project is to analyze these images using computer vision methods and understanding and creating the special software which helps doctors to understanding the processes which happening inside the organism. And as a result of this project, a decision support system will be developed in the form of a computer program based on a predictive model, and software packages will be developed that allow accurate assessment of the structures of the solid phase of biological fluids in For example, for gynecological pathology, as well as new prospects for use in medical diagnostics will be identified. The developed model will be an effective tool for preclinical and prognostic screening. In practical conditions, obtaining a morphological picture of the solid phase of biological fluids in a stable form is carried out using the method of wedge-shaped and edge dehydration, the techniques of which are based on drying a drop on the test substrate lying on a horizontal plane. This is a method what we use for creating dried drops. During the wedge-shaped dehydration of a drop of biological fluid and thin films faces is formed, on which a pattern is fixed, reflecting the structure of the spatial arrangement of elements that were previously in a dissolved, highly mobile state. The study of digital images of dry drops of biological fluids allows us to observe even the most initial transformation of molecular structures without the incubation period required for changes at the cellular, organ, and or system levels. This approach makes it technically easy to determine the physiological reserves of patients, determine the nature and depths of pathological changes, and diagnose diseases at preclinical stages. Quickly evaluate the effectiveness of the therapy, predict the further course and outcome of the disease, as well as detect the nature of the effect on the body of any chemical and physical factors. What kind of diseases we can observe, we can find using this method. For example, tuberculosis. For example, problem with the pregnancy, toxic diseases in many areas, really hard and really interesting for diagnosis and difficult for diagnosis other diseases. Okay, and the developed software, which is the basis of the created predictive model, will allow to support decision making on the assessment of the nature of pregnancy, for example, and the risk of possible reproductive losses. The developed predictive model is planned to be used for the differential diagnostics of obstetric and gynecological pathology, the creation of screening tests to assess the reproductive potential of patients at the stage of pre-gravidal preparation. As I said you before, it can use not only for understanding the pregnancy problems, but for diagnosis, tuberculosis, and diabetes, and so on. Okay, and how we want to do it. As I said you before, and as you can see before, we use the pre-treatment of the images using the Python software, Python application, for example. And first of all, we can make the binarization using special methods, which special methods and libraries like OpenCV or others for creating binary image. And here on this image, you may see that we can easy detect the concretions, small bubbles, these small bubbles, cracks, like here. And what method we can use? For example, half transformation. It is interesting method which provides us the possibility to detect lines and circle, for example. Later, I will show you how it works in the application. Okay, what else? Of course, we can use the Kani filters for creating edged image with only edges of the features of the structures, and you may see here you can detect the circle using this method. And if you apply another instruments for deleting or clearing small noises, or for deleting noises, you can analyze and you can detect features with the high accuracy. Okay, next. For example, you may see how it works here. We can detect contours. We can detect these small bubbles, concretions, using the method for detecting contours, and using the parameters of these ellipses. For example, we can use eccentricity like a parameter of ellipses, which detecting on this photo. And we can calculate the number of this circle, number of these bubbles, which and it is it provides us it gives us possibility to understand the quantitative parameters of the on these images. Here you may see how it works too, but as you can see, it sometimes it detects wrong features, wrong structures, and now we work for this because need to do this system more need to do this system better, better and better. Okay. Yeah, previously. Okay. And I want to show you how we can apply our software, which developed by using Tkinter and OpenCV to these photos. I said before about this software, about this application, and let's try to use it on these images. Now I try to share the screen of my PC. If someone has, questions, I can ask right now. Is someone already interested in your product? How exactly does the program work? Yeah, I will show you how the prototype works, but it is like now it is on the prototype stage, because we need to find out, we need to find the investors to this project, and now we are doing this work. And of course, there are a lot of researchers and doctors who interested in this technology, in this method. In the 2 weeks ago, we was the good and we was a good possibility to ask our colleagues from Medical State University about perspectives of these methods, perspective of this software, and they answered that they are interested in this method because it is a simple method to diagnose for diagnostics something like tuberculosis, but very good method for diagnostic this if we use it not like the method not only one. If we use this method with others, it will work better, and it gives doctors possibility to analyze more, for example, to give more, to pay more attention to the X-ray photos, for example, or data from other clinical methods. Okay, and how exactly does the program works? I will show you, and you can see it before. It works using now it works using only method for pre-treatment of the images using OpenCV, but we work with other methods like CNN, convolutional neural network, and I think in the close future you can see the result of this program, which works with the convolutional neural network. How do you get images of the cells? It is not images of the cells. It is these are images of dried drops. We take one drop, small drop, using special instrument, special tools, put it on the glass, on the glass plate, and dried it, drying it. After that, we can take image using the camera and analyze it. Okay. It is not samples. These are not the samples from the internet. If you find out if you found this into the internet, I think these are our images. Okay. Are there any analogs of your programs, of my program? Yeah, I have. We have the information about one analog of this. This program named Just 1 minute. I try to remember this. Dropper bot. Not only it is not only one program. It is like a methodology with a lot of software for analyzing blood drops. But this software and scientists, researchers analyze the dry drops from the how to say whole blood, not facies, but drop of blood. Our method has our method for preparing samples using special technology. When we put blood into the centrifuge, I'm not sure how in English, centrifuga, and after that we can get blood cells, as you know, and the plasma, and we can use this plasma for creating the samples, our samples. Okay. Is the problem with the contours the main problem when programming the app? No, of course no. There are a lot of problems with analyzing this photo. For example, if we are detecting the cracks, if we are detecting the bubbles and other structures and features, it is necessary to not the main problem to calculate it. Of course, we can do it, but the main problem in interpreting results, understanding the results. For this reason, we need to get a lot of information about what kind of what number of cracks, kind of cracks, position of the cracks, position of the bubbles, position of the tongue structures on the drop, and we need to calculate all of this information for creating the table, like a data set, and this is the main problem right now, to create a big data set. Because all of methods, what I said before, need to it is most important to analyze these information, this data set statistically. If we can analyze a lot of images, we can speak more about effectiveness of this method and about quality of this method. And this is a main problem for us right now, to get more data set, to get more images from the patients who have toxic diseases and normal conditions. For this reason, we are working with the close. We are working close with the medical personnel, with the doctors and our colleagues from Astrakhan Medical State University. And this is now we have. Now we are working in research study of this research study of this. How do you plan to advertise? There are a lot of questions. The Fourier transform should also be difficult. You need high accuracy. I agree. Yes, of course, in our plan to apply here methods, any methods like neural networks, convolutional neural networks to recognize the features, but not. It is not as I said you before. Need to make the structurization of our data. Need to make good data set. This is the main problem. Make good data set and structurize features automatically. For this reason, we are creating this simple software for making the good data set, firstly. After that, we try to apply to this data set other methods like convolutional neural network and so on. Okay, how do you plan to advertise the product? This is the interesting questions. I think we can present, and now we already presented our methodology to the big company like Sberbank. And in our plans to give them more information about our results, give them the prototype of the software, give them the data sets, but of course we need to understand what we can get from them. Probably money for the first stage. Probably they don't want to pay us on the first research stage. And this is not only the software. This software not only it is a great possibility for collaborative work where IT specialists like you, programmers like you, can meet researchers, and they can work together in the university, for example. Okay, thank you for the questions. Now let's continue. It is not the finish of my presentation. I need to check the time. Yeah, we have another one break in 12:40. And we have 20 minutes before this, and I try to work with the image using the Python prototype. I try to share my screen. Okay, just 1 minute. Do you see PyCharm? Okay, thank you. Let's start to work with this image, with image of dried drop. Let's run the PyCharm into the PyCharm our software. Open the image of a dry drop. This is an image with tuberculosis, for example. Let's run from. Let's start from this image. Just what's happening? Open. GPG. Okay. Open. What's happening? Another one. Sorry, it doesn't work. I don't understand why. One more time. Something happening. I don't understand what. Just 1 minute. Okay, Russian language problem was a problem. Okay, let's start to work with this image. Here you may see the image of the dry drops with a lot of bubbles and non-symmetric structure. Let's apply our instrument to this image. For example, we can apply negative, and you may see that it can produce negative image with very interesting that now we can give more. We can pay more attention to the central area. We can note other features. Origin, gray. Here you may see we are applying the gray threshold. Let's look on the threshold. You may see if we use threshold tool to this image, we can note cracks and we can do it easily. If we use other parameters, we can detect bubbles too. We can detect bubbles. It is good for detecting circles, bubbles. Like here, you may see. Okay, next. Binarization using other method. Okay, good. Now we can see that it is simply to detect cracks. Why we use this? It is like a tuning parameters for our application. If we tune these parameters, we can apply other method after that. We can make the wide data set with a lot of images, with a lot of other features. And if we try to teach our neural network after that, we can use not only images with these, not only real images, we can use images with parameters which interesting for us. Using this software, this first software, we can first application, we can tune parameters, and we can highlight the zones which are interesting for us. Okay, we can highlight the zones which are interesting for us. Perhaps because of the name. Yeah. Okay. Clache. This is the function with which using the contrasts. And you may see that we can produce image with the good contrasts of the this bubble, for example. Okay, let's save this image. It's probably very interesting for us. Let's save image with high contrast. Save. Like now, if we open this image, we can work with this image. And if we apply threshold, for example, one more time, we can detect more features. You may see, if we use Clache, contrast adaptive contrast function histogram, we can detect, for example, these circles and cracks inside the photos better than on previous image. Okay, let's continue to work with this image. Let's apply half transformation. What does it mean, half transformation? This is a special method which provides us the possibility to detect circles and lines using special mathematical algorithm, half transformation. This algorithm transforming the spaces and transforming the space and give us the method how to detect circles and lines. In another space, we can make it better than in Cartesian space, Cartesian coordinates system. Okay, this function using several parameters like minimal distance between circles, special parameters like volume of accumulator. These parameters from other coordinate systems which using into the half transformation. Mean radius, it means minimal radius of the circle, maximal radius, and thresholding. Let's tune these parameters. You may see. It begins to work. Let's try to analyze, let's try to detect circles using half transformation. Need to, I think, need to tune minimum radius and maximum radius, like here. Minimal distance. As you can see, it gives a lot of mistakes, but on this, I think it is on these photos, because sometimes it works very good on other photos. I think probably we need to probably we should reverse. We should make the negative image from this to detect more circles, or we should make the thresholding to the image to detect more photos. Okay, let's try to use another method. Contour. Let's apply. Let's make file basic origin. Let's make. Let's apply Kani filters, and you can see that if we apply Kani filters, we can detect the caverns. It means bubbles. Okay, let's try to use contour function, basic origin contour, contours. Probably it works here better. Yes, it works. And you can see that it is detecting the circles, bubbles. You can change the parameters. These parameters are similar to the previous parameters. It works with area of the bubbles, and yeah, you may see here we can detect, we can calculate in automatically mode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think 11 or 12 bubbles. And what we want to do later, we want to analyze how different algorithms works for calculating the bubbles, for calculating the cracks, and we need to evaluate the quality of these algorithms. We can apply here the algorithms with you may see all of these algorithm with which working with image using OpenCV and simple transformation, simple pre-treatment of the image works very quickly, very quick. As you can, when you apply the neural network, sometimes on the slow devices it works not so quick. But if we tune the parameters, if we understand how we can make image better using pretreatment, we can apply a neural network with more efficiently. Okay, now I have no time for this. For other explanation, and I think we can continue after the break for the lunch. We can understand what inside this simple application and how it use the Kinter. Of course, it is interesting only for beginners, for people, for our participants who already works with the graphical user interface. It probably will be not so interesting, but I think it will be useful for understanding that this method exists, and it provides us to make something with image before applying the AI methods. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions more? Okay, if no one has a question, we will continue after the break for the lunch. Thank you. Dear participants, we should start our afternoon session of the summer school. And as you can see on the program, now we planned the second part of the lecture Viktor Akishkin, but he can say his presentation before noon, and now we have a time for which is reserved time for the workshop with Tekinter, which planned on Saturday, but now we have a time for this, and I tried to do this workshop. I try to do this workshop for you. Now we beginning to make a small application using Tekinter, because on our last session I said you how you can create the buttons and widgets using Tekinter. Now we are continuing this work. For this reason, I tried to share my screen with PyCharm and the notepad, where you can see the code, and of course you can get all information from the Moodle. Okay, let's try to do it. I try to share my screen. Please send me a message if you see something wrong, if you cannot see the text. Please send a message to the chat. If everything good, send OK or plus. Okay, Notepad++, yes. Here is PyCharm. Let's copy the part of code with the simple application using Tekinter. Let's try to run it, and let's see what's happening. Okay. No. Okay. You may see the small application with forms where you can write information about your name, for example, surname, address, and everything. This form is very useful for the application. It provides the possibility to input information about user, and it is very useful and usually very often using by everybody. Okay, let's try to understand how it works. First of all, we are creating the form. We are creating the main window using TechInter method, and we are creating the window with title, input, home address. We can now we can change this information and run this code one more time for understanding what's happening. For example, we can translate it into English. Let's do it. Input home address. Input home address. Let's try to run it. Yeah, you may see we are changing the address. We are changing the title of this main window. Now we write information in English. We translate it in English, and you may see input home address here. The next line, creating the form using creating new FRM form for widget with text and one line field for input information about address. It using pack method for the placing this form into the application window. After that, we are using next variables for creating the widget label, and widget entry. Widget label consists information with text in Russian, and we can change it in English, name. And if we run it, you may see that this label into the on the first line changing to the English name. We are placing these objects, label and entry widgets, using grid method. Grid methods provides us to place it, to put it, to clip it on the 0 row and 0 column. Sticky E means that we move these widgets to the east side, means right side, to this string, to this line. Let's try to change it. Now we are changing the field with Russian words to the English word, and let's try to change sticky E to sticky W, means west. Let's try to run it and check what's happening. You may see word name move to the left side, to the west side of this line, because we are using a sticky parameter W. Now we can change it to the E parameter. Yeah, you may see. After that, we are still using same principles for creating other fields with the surname, oh, sorry. Okay, or last name, you may write here. And these parameters and these variables using for placing the widgets on a second line of the grid, because we are using the grid method with parameters row equals 1 and column equals 0, sticky equals E. It gives us the position of the surname or last name on the second line of this window. We can change it, and let's look what's happening. Let's try to change it to the 0, for example. Let's run. You may see, because we are using sticky E and we are placing it on same position like name, it replaces name, and now now you can see the surname on this line. Let's return the first value. Okay, let's run. Yeah, you may see. As you can see, we are using entry widget for creating the field where we can put information, and we can change the size of this field using parameters width. We can change it to the 100, for example. Let's look what's happening. Yeah, you may see. Field with the surname stay widely. Run it one more time. Okay. Same principle for creating other fields. Let's change it to the English. Address 1, for example. And if we change this name, you may see what's happening. Same results. City, region, index. Okay, let's check. Yeah. Only one parameters more. Country. Okay. And we can creating the two buttons with parameters clear and send. Let's try to change the position of these buttons, and let's try to change parameters of these buttons. First of all, rename it, send, and clear, for example, clear. Okay. For these buttons, we are using pack method for placing it. Pack method means we are placing it using parameters fill and position of the buttons iPad pad X and iPad Y. What does it mean? Let's try to change all parameters and see the results. For example, let's change parameters to the 10 and 10. Here, for example, 20 and 20. No. Here we are creating the frame, new frame for the buttons, and this frame with which placing on the these coordinates. But I think I cannot move this frame. I want to move only buttons. It is the reason why we need to write here 5 and 5, and let's try to change only a position of the buttons. What does it mean side TK right? It means we are placing the buttons close to the right side of the window, and pad X and pad iPad X means the position of button and the distance between buttons. Let's try to change it 2020. Let's look what's happening. Here you may see we are creating two buttons which move with windows because it pins to the right side of this window. Let's place it to the left side of the window. Left side, for example. Let's look what's happening. Yeah, here you may see now we have two buttons. Button send, place it to the near to the left side of the window, and button clear pins to the right side of the window, and as you can see, button clear pins without any distance between border and button. Let's make some distance between this. Now you may see that we are creating the these two buttons with the distance to the borders 20 and 20. Okay, this is the simple application which you can create using the several methods and several widgets. We are using here widgets frame, label, entry, and we are using here the method of placing widgets grid, and the other method pack. Okay, good. Now let's try to make another one application. Do you have any questions? One question in chat. No, it's only yes, I see. Okay. If someone has a question, you can write it on the chat. In the chat. Okay. Let's continue. Let's try to create another one application, same application, but using other principles. And it is has difference from our previous. Let's try to run it. Yeah, you may see this application creating the same forms, but using other methods. We are creating the array with the fields. This array with the fields, or this list with the names of the field, and after that we can place it using the cycle. We are creating cycle for IDX text and enumerate labels in this list, and we are creating the form automatically. And we are placing this form using sticky and row IDX. You may see it simply than our previous method to placing the fields, and it is more convenient to make a list with the fields and cycle for the placing it for the big forms with a lot of different fields. Okay. Let's try to create another one application. Let's try to run it. Now you may see the small application with three buttons. Two buttons and the one area for showing the result. And let's try to see what's happening here when we click on this button. When we click on the right button, it summarizes the number in this central area with 1, or increase it by 1. This button decrease the result. This button if we use this button, we are decreasing this value. Okay, let's try to see how it works. It is very interesting and very useful for understanding how the Kinters work. How the Kinter works. You may see in the code two functions, increase and decrease. Two functions, increase and decrease. What's inside of this? What is inside of these functions? You may see the variable value. It has the integer type and the label value with the text, and you may see here to the value we summarize value with 1, and here we decrease value. This is 2 function. Here we are creating the main window. Configure of this window is determined using these parameters: mean size 50, weight 1. Mean size 50, weight 1. And here we are creating the button, TK point button, widget button, with parameters: master window. It means the window where we are placing the button. Text minus, it means what inside of this button. Command decrease. Command decrease means when we click on this button, this command working, decrease. And we need to place button decrease using grid method. This button, we are placing this button on the row 0 row and 0 column. A sticky NSEW means that when we move, when we try to when we try to resize this window, buttons resizing with this window. You may see here. One question in chat. I think this application is good for kids and learn to count. Yeah, I think maybe, probably, but it is only small and very easy samples of the applications, and it is probably very useful for beginners who only try to make their simple applications, and I think it is maybe useful for the Python, for the beginners in Python. But if you are if you learn this Tkinter library, you can understand, and you will understand other libraries like or other programs like PyQt or Java libraries or C# libraries, which produces same graphical user interface. And I know that they have same principles. Okay, we are creating the 2 buttons. These 2 buttons, button decrease and button increase, with text minus and text plus, and with different command which described before, which described before. You may see here. This is the simple application. Let's try to change something. Let's try to change it, for example, for the W. Let's look what is the result. You may see in the result, you can see that we clip this button to the left side of the window, and it isn't increases it isn't increased with the window. Okay. Let's close it. Okay, else. Let's creating another one small GUI like here. Let's try to run it. Yeah, here are the interesting application which can create the random number, like when you are playing with the bones, like this game, like bones. When you play, you are playing in this game, you are creating the number from 1 to 6. Let's try to do it, and you are using a random function for producing it, produce number, random number. Let's try to do it. Click one more. Click, 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 click. You may see. And now I have 4 or 5 sixes. It means it is good for me. And you can play with these games, with these simple games, with your colleagues, for example. How we can create this application? We are creating the function row, which producing the random result using in string type from 1 to 6. It producing, and how we are placing it. We are creating the window, main window. This is initial configuration of this window, mean size 150. And what about button? Button, we are creating a button and function button row, variable button row, using button widget with text throw and command row. After we click on this button, command row will running, and we have this result. We are using grid method for placing this button, and as you can see, for button row, we creating NSEW parameters of sticky, but I'm not sure why we probably need to add it to the other here. Let's try to see what's changing. No. Yeah. Okay. NOS south without NOS. Not sure. Label result green. Probably let's try to do something like this. Yeah, we can see the change. Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't click to the button. Yeah, it shows when we click to the button. Okay, let's try to use NSEW for all fields. NSEW. Let's try to check what's happening. Okay. Okay. Yes, you may see. Why it cannot resize when we resize the window? Because we are using the grid method, and here we are using the row 0 and column 0, and it resides in the borders of this column. Okay. Let's close it. Let's try to create another one application which converting degrees from Fahrenheit to the Celsius. Okay, let's try to see how it works. Yeah, you may see the main window, which we cannot place it and decrease it, and then increase it. We can only close it. Okay. Yes. How we can create this converter? We should use the main window with title temperature converter, but I cannot see this title. Not sure why. Need to check code. Okay, this new function, window resizable. Let's try to do here. Let's try to comment here. Comment and run it one more time. Now you can create the window. Yeah, you can create the window and you can resize it window. I understand why we cannot see the converter of the temperature. The name of this, we cannot see the name of this title because the size, the width of this window smaller than need for showing the name. Let's make it widely, and let's do false parameters for resizable, for this function window resizable. It means that we cannot resize this window. It's very useful function. Okay, let's try to change it, and let's make this window. And we can change this window. We can make this window widely. For example, yeah, we can configure these rows and the columns of this window using these parameters. Let's try to do it. Okay, let's see on the result. Yeah, you may see we are creating the window. We can move this window. Oh, sorry. We can move this window, but we cannot resize this window. Yeah, we can change the configuration of this window to the 100, for example. let's look on the result. Yeah, it is the row configure. Yeah, and we can change the column configure 100. Yeah, you may see, and more 150. Yeah, now you can see the name of this window, and we can resize this window manually, and we cannot resize it when it's running. Okay. After that, we are using the frame widget for creating the this frame for placing the other widget entry entry with field. Let's try to write something. For example, let's try to write 100 Fahrenheit. Yeah, 37.78 degrees Celsius. Okay, and we are using the function for creating the label with the symbol degree Fahrenheit. And here you may see the symbol rightwards black arrow. Okay. Okay. Why we need to use this? Because we are creating the specific object with symbols of degrees in Fahrenheit and degrees in Celsius, and the special symbol black arrow, right towards black arrow. Okay. Wow, what else? After the clicking on the convert button, this command is running Fahrenheit to Celsius. Where is this command? This command here, you may see. What is this command doing? What is this operation doing? Function doing? It is getting the temperature from this entry widget, from this field, using function get. After that, we are using the value of this variable here, multiply it to this value, and using the transformation from the Fahrenheit to Celsius. You may see. After that, we are using the grid method, and here grid method for creating for placing these objects. Okay. Close it. And another one very useful example of application with the Kinter. Let's try to create object with the yeah, let's try to create object with the different methods. Let's look what's happening. Okay, you may see. This is the simple text like the notepad where we can write the text. We can open the text file, for example. We can save. Oh, let's try to create something. On the here, and let's clean it, try to clean it, and let's open one. Oh, open. Yeah, you may see here the simple word, simple notepad, which works with the text. How we can create it using Tkinter. First of all, we are creating the main window, as I said you before a lot of times. After that, we need to create the title of this window. We can write here notepad +++++++, like this. Okay. After that, we're making row configurations of the rows and the columns, min size here, min size here. After that, we are creating the text widget, which producing the field for the large text, we are placing it on the special frame, and here we are using the button for open and button for save. And it is very interesting for us how this open function works, and how the save function works, or command. Let's look what inside the command open file and the command save file. This is the function definition, open file, and here you may see the variable file path, which consists in or includes the information about files, what we are looking for, what we want to find. This is about text files with txt extension, file types of the files what we want to open is txt, and also we can open all files because we are using star like extension as extension, and the function, our function ask open file name, and we have imported this function before from Tkinter file dialog method of the Tkinter library. Ask file name, ask open file name, and ask save as file name. And here we have a restriction: if not file path, return. And txt edit delete here. Yeah, and what does it mean? With open file path R means we can read the Sorry for these small technical problems. I tried to share the screen one more time. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Yeah, here you may see the another one function, save file. What we are doing here, saving the file with a default extension txt, using function ask save as a file name. This function ask as what is the name of the file what we want to save, and we are open the file path. So we are open the output file. We are saving output file with the parameter W. It means we can write into this file the information from the text window using function output file write, using method output file write. Okay, good. Let's try to look what's happening one more time. Now we have a Notepad+++++. And of course, you can add your widget, you can add your buttons to this Notepad. You can add the buttons which working with the text or something like this. It is, I think, very interesting for beginners who only begin to use graphical user interface in their applications. Okay, else? Yeah, that's all for today. That's all for today. And I think tomorrow I will say I will show you another probably 3 or 4 different small applications with Tkinter. But for today, it is all. And yeah, and after the break, we have a time for the work with the Moodle platform. Please using the Moodle. Please use Moodle platform. Let's try to check presentation on the Moodle platform. And for the teachers who involved to our summer school, I recommend to upload their presentation right to the Moodle system. If you cannot do that, I can help you with this. Please send me the presentations using email. Okay, if you have any questions, I can answer, I think. Do you have any questions? Please write to the chat, in the chat. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I see my students in Zoom too. Probably you have questions. Please connect to us. Please send the message. Okay, if no one has questions, you can continue using the Moodle systems, using the Moodle platform, and we need to give your time for this. Please do it after the break. You have a time today for work with the Moodle before 16:40, from 15:30 to 16:40. Please check the backwards in the Moodle. Please please send your answers. And I think today I tried to check. I will try to check the Moodle and activity in Moodle. And don't forget that the Moodle activity is the very important for your certificate of the summer school. We think that we can give the certificate of our summer school only after the Moodle activity, only after you are producing the activity in Moodle, or if we see that you are producing the activity into the chat or in the YouTube. We will check everything, and after that we will give you certificate with this, with the participants of the Moodle of the summer school. And now I see my colleague from Polytechnic Institute of Tamar, Sergio Rodriguez, as I pronounced it right. Dear Professor Rodriguez, are you hear me? Do you hear me? Because Professor Rodriguez, you will have a time for lecture tomorrow at 2 p.m. Of Astrakhan and Baku time. Dear Professor? Okay, I'm not sure that he is here. Probably he cannot. Dear Professor Rodriguez, do you see me? Do you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I see. I hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Do you know that tomorrow you have a lecture?
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I know, Alex. I just enter in the session to see if how does it work. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought it was having a session now.
Yes, we are now ending this session for give the possibility to students to working with the Moodle system. And tomorrow your lecture from 2 p.m. Astrakhan and Baku time. I think you can check the your time, because now in Astrakhan, for example, 3 p.m. What about Tomar?
Here in Portugal, it's 12.
12,
midday,
yeah.
midday.
Midday. Okay. It means that we have a difference about 3 hours. 3 hours. Yes. And it means that tomorrow you will start from 11, as I understand, right?
Yes.
From 11.
11. Let me see here. I don't know if it's 11. I have here local time. Local time is 14. Yes.
14, yes.
It's 11 for me here, yes.
11 for you.
That's
Okay,
right.
Okay, everything good. We are waiting your lecture tomorrow, and I am advertising it to each my students, and I think tomorrow we have more participants, about 35 or 40 participants here, and okay, thank you very much for your participation today.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Can you just tell me what is the skills of the students? They have knowledge in programming, mobile applications.
I think they can ask you in chat right now. Danila or probably my students, please send that you have, if you have experience in programming, send plus.
That's no problem. Tomorrow I will talk to them.
Danila sending plus, yes. Yes, Victor Valeev, plus. Yeah, I think they have an experience in programming because they are bachelor degrees students.
Okay.
And I'm not sure about language. Probably, what about language? Dear participants, please send me the name of the language, for example.
Maybe many. Java, C#,
Yeah, probably.
Python, and
Let's try to check.
and so forth.
Very interesting, Danila. Do you have experience? Yeah, Java, C#, Python.
Okay, that's nice. Java, C#, that's nice. I will talk. I will use C#, but who knows Java, know C# too. So
Yeah, Java, Kotlin, C++. Yes.
okay, nice.
Oh, okay. Thank you, dear Professor.
Okay,
see you tomorrow. Dear participants, see you tomorrow. Now let's start to work with Moodle system. And I want to answer to the question from Danila Khnikin. Alexey, I can't answer the first two tests because I get the inscription, no questions available. Okay. I will check it. And send you the result. Probably if they doesn't consist questions, I will delete it. Okay. Thank you very much for all. See you tomorrow on the lecture from Patrick Merritt, University of Derby, and Sergio Rodriguez, Polytechnic Institute of Tomar. Goodbye.